Lawyers. Lawyer game. Lawyer time 2, baby. Yeah. Hello. Hi. I'm sorry the stream is so late. I fell asleep because I had a long day. And by the time I woke up, I was really hungry, so I had to go get food. And the food took a while, but it got here and I ate, and now I'm feeling better. Hello, let's go! Let me switch over. Ba 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 ba. Ba-da-da-da! Hello. It's been a while since we last played this. I'm very excited to get started. We're gonna be starting 2. We finished the first game last time we played. Time for more Sholmes too. That's right, more Mr. Sholmes. Oh man, I missed him. I wonder how he's doing. Good, I hope. He's always good. Let's be real. Okay. Let's go then. Let's just get right into it then. The pretty cutscenes. Ooh. Oh, that's right. I have her DLC costume on.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Inosuke, baby boy.
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Girl, where'd you get that
For
costume?
taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned.
Ooh.
And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. Oh, you bitch!
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court.
Sugar day.
For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Are we finally gonna have her arrested? For real? Never mind, she's dead!
I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
She's dead? Good. Good riddance, I guess. Good. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Oh man, I wanted her to go to jail, but I guess being dead works too. 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court Judicature Defendants Antechamber 3. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous. I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Daddy!
Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those eyes, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish I'd never been born.
Dang. Why are you white? Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
So, they're allowing female lawyers now? Yujin Mikotova, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. a man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Eh? Oh, you're cute. Who are you? You're so cute. Would I be correct in thinking that you are to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right. Miss? Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing! She's cute. I like her. Rei Membami. Wait. Is that a pun for remember me? Remember me. It starts so early. Okay. Rei Membami, born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. Oh. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Hey! Defending your best friend, just like another lawyer in another game. Metroid other M dude voice, remember me? Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Eh? Oh my! Well, it's just that... You look so gallant and dashing! Eh? 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 Girlfriends? Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness. I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Ah, I see. Does that mean Susato's like, I guess they don't allow women in trial yet?
It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
What do you mean, Professor Mikotova?
If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But it does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? Yes. I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform! That varsity cap! That varsity cape! That varsity badge! Look at you! You look for all the world like a student at Imperial Yume University! A male student! Hey. Susato being GNC as fuck. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. I may be looking too deep into it, but for like a split second, Susato gave me trans vibes. She gave me trans vibes for like a split second. That was pretty cool. But I'll just keep that as a little headcanon for now. But women are forbidden. Just for today. I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course. You're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh, no! I have complete faith in you! Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why should you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing! Okay, yeah, she is pretty gay. Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. Girl! Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
My daughter's gay. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased. I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Well, yeah, she's scared. I just realized she has the Maya hair a little bit. That's cute. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That's what Ryunosuke taught me. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
Here we go.
You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But, Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. Fuck. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. I guess since Susato was dressing up as a boy, I should try to give her like a slightly masculine voice. Like, woman pretending to be a man masculine. I'm Susato Mikotova, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. He's wearing the costume! How many times have I wished that you were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Ooh. 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 13th of August, 9 a.m. See Shomes. Oh, I remember his costume. It's gonna be great. Oh no! She's still wearing the DLC costume! The prosecution investigation is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Maybe I should take the costume off. Hold on. It kind of ruins the moment. Let me take the costume off. Let's take the costume off for a second. How manly looking. Let's let me take the costume off. Hold on. I didn't think it would overwrite the disguise. I wanted to see her disguise. Hold on. I want to see her disguise. All right, let's turn these off for now, and we can put them on later. Wait, no. Oh wait, no. Is that? Yes. Okay, yeah, it's that one. There we go. Ooh, look at her.
Defense Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready? In that context, Ray was extra gay.
Yes, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that correct?
Oh, Ryutaro? Ooh. Ryunosuke, Yuji, Ryutaro. Come on, Susato. Sorry?
Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Counsel?
Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes! I'm Ryutaro! He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the Great Naruhodo clan!
It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be...
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is,
his cousin!
That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them! What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys! I won't have you making fun of her! Her? Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. Are wont to flit? I don't think I've ever heard that before.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national's interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. What the fuck? Just like the trial 9 months ago.
Oh, is it because the victim is British?
And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood...
I can't read. Stood where you're standing now.
this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Alright, it's time to prove myself. Ah, she does the slap! Ah! Yes, Your Excellency. Please do make them simple!
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Phew. That is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank!
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and the guys. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear. This is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record!
Yes.
Yes. The answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use RV to open the court record.
La 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 la, we know this already. Alright, check the court record. That's where the information I need all be. Alright, let's see. Let's look. The victim was Giselle Brett, female British. Time of death, 11th of August at around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination of witness statements. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. What? Pupil constriction? I don't know what that means. Where's Van Zeeks? I don't know and I don't care. I don't want him here. Hi, Achi.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Giselle Brett.
Yes!
Yes! The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure.
Hi! Hello, hello, hello!
Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name.
Eh? Why is she rich?
So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain.
She's also a racist and a murderer, but we're not going to talk about that.
Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman student persona, was the face of a killer.
Yes!
I think so. Or at the very least, we get to play as her for like the tutorial trial. Mikohara has Papa energy. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes. She was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Mr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotova. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter that government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder.
It's our boy.
A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense.
Bitch.
And exposed a despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett.
Naruhodo.
Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Oh yeah, we never did find out why she did it. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular corps here, there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before? Neither just muttering, bitch. Maybe. That'd be funny. I do say whore a lot, surprisingly.
That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh!
Thank you, Your Excellency!
Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchi.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. Oh, pretty. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. You said Prosecutor Achi? Achi went to lawyer school? Dang. Actually, it makes sense. If I'm a lawyer, then obviously Achi has to be my prosecutor, because you know how lawyers and prosecutors are in this game. Anyway. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. Knife? There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire. That's her bathing attire? And the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Wait, so it was only them? How'd the police get there? What was their motive?
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel and what he said about being feel like all of these are, like, interesting. Like, first of all, why was she there? Why was Ray there with her? What the fuck is their motive? I think all these are good questions, so let's start with the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchi.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
My apologies. Clearly modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the waters of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry. Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor! It was the government who granted permission, not I!
Yeah, but you would've, wouldn't you? You would've.
In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me! It was that young student girl who did it, not I! Ah, likely story. No one has proved that yet!
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution's counsel and what he said about being alone together.
It's Omni-Man! Membami-san?
Yes? What is it? Naruhodo-san.
I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn.
Yeah, it's Susato! So the story right now for this case is like, the girl on trial is Susato's best friend, girlfriend, and no lawyer would take her case, so Susato wanted to defend her, but they don't allow women to be lawyers in Japan, so she's dressed up as a man to take the case, and right now she is disguised as Ryutaro Naruhodo, because that's the name her dad came up with. She's lawyering. Yeah! It was funny when we started because I had the DLC costumes on and the DLC costume overrided her disguise. So she showed up at trial wearing a really funny costume. We're tackling gender norms. Let's go! Yeah! And I mentioned it earlier, but Susato said a line that really gave me like big trans vibes for a second. She was like something like if there were times if I was born in this accursed body, or something like that. It's like, oh, Susato GNC as fuck.
No! Because as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited? extradited, words. I forgot this game had a lot of words I didn't know how to say or have ever heard of. Words to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Extradited. Okay, thank you. Kindly refrain from conjecture, Counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to be enjoying using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear. This is really terrifying. But Father's right. We need more information. Last one, the powerful motive. What motive could she have?
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is the blatant overstatement.
Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? Shut up!
I beg your pardon?
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you're a research student at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Yes, I am! I'm working with Professor Mikotova in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotova, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh, they're using revenge as a motive. That's the motive they're trying to spin here.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago?
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred.
Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying!
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Oops, wrong button.
I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Oops, hold on. Man. There we go. Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's
extradition to Shanghai.
You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to pursue this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Let's see it. Whoa! Oh, she was wearing bathing clothes. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
Oh no, the bird! No! The swan! The swan's dead too! No! Oh no! No! The swan's dead! No! Not the swan! I don't care about Giselle. The swan did nothing! The swan did nothing! No! The swan was part of her, it's fine. No! The swan did nothing! It gave us that funny reaction at the end and pulled her around like a doll. That was funny! And it was a mom! It had babies! It had little chickies! Aw, R.I.P. Swan. R.I.P.
Oh man.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
MILF Swan.
Oh, excuse me.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
I hope the goslings are okay.
As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
Huh? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Very well then, counsel, bring forth your witnesses.
I, Taketsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten!
You've become conceited with age, counsel, but the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Yes. Yes. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji revolution! Are you modernizing as well, counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aochi growth! You see? You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown?
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you! And in my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Alright, let's see the witnesses.
Hey! Hey!
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Hosonaga, what are you wearing? Hosonaga, he's got a little turtle on his head.
Little turtle! Hold on, I'm getting my blanket. Ugh.
Why has he got a turtle? It's so cute. He's so cute. It's these guys. Yeah, it's good to see them again.
Ugh. Getting comfy. Here we go.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
Soseki!
And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume.
Who is that? Who's that behind him? A reporter? Who is that? Who's that guy? Oh my goodness!
Struggling student from the provinces, please, you needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't?
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Sasato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you to who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course, I know. Oh, that's why his cat was named Wagahai? Oh yeah, his kitty was named Wagahai. I presume Soseki-san wouldn't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget about him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. Even though he still has the bags under his eyes, he seems less stressed. He seems more confident even. And as far as Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Why did he show up in trial like this?
Do I have something on my face?
You have something on your head, buddy! What's happening? We got our first 2 witnesses and they're returning characters. Hosonaga, he got a turtle on his head, and Soseki. They're both back, baby. Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
How's your tuberculosis?
Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact.
With with Professor Mikotova?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
You mean like that guy right behind you? Oh, he's got a blue stain on his hand. I wonder if that's important.
Huh?
Why does Hosonaga do anything he does? I don't know, man. Wait. She's holding a pen, right? I'm assuming that's a pen. I wonder if that guy will be important later.
As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me. Still fucks me that they call it the post-mortem report. I'm like, that's my OC. Well, you know, mortem is a word.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement.
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast.
Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her.
That detective, I'm at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach.
Oh, nope, he still got it.
But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so...
No, you're not. No, you're not! You're bleeding again!
I was able to carry out my duties flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. How unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately, I had work to finish. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation.
But if only I had! I'd never have seen that awful sight! Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret! The fact that he just bleeds from the mouth and that's normal. Because I think it's mentioned that he has tuberculosis, and they don't really have a treatment for that yet. So he just coughs up blood.
Very well. I must now ask you present your formal testimony to the court.
I don't know who he is! I've never seen him before, he's new.
You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am.
Witness testimony. Let's go!
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and as she stabbed wildly! I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
That's wrong.
Indeed, it does appear from the testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. Fuck, I can't read. The very moment of this heinous crime. What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Yes, that it was damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Yeah, she's holding a pen, all right.
Goodness me!
That doesn't make sense, though. She was stabbed from the back. How could she grab the weapon that's stabbing her if she was stabbed from the back? What? That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency...
Does it have blood on it?
The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonic barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant.
No! She does the same animations. Cute.
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise! Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san!
Naruhodo.
That means... Oh, yes, me! Is there another Naruhodo in the courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless of times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Yay! Before we do that, though, I want to examine that evidence. Because something about it was fishy. Oh, can I not examine it? Oh, there we go. I can examine this. Aww! This is cute! That's cute, though! What is this line, though? I can't examine the pen? Really?
Hold it!
Hold it!
In that jaunty disguise? Correct. Wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job.
Oh!
I submerged myself in the salty water.
Okay, hold on, wait. I need to go under the table for this.
I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water.
But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really. Was there?
If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Aww. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Prime presser! A crab?
Hold it!
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san? In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things, so...
Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England.
Anyway, I spun around at the noise, and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut.
The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun.
Haha, there's a little crab there. Kame-san.
Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself. Which meant that I was forced to change into my swimmer on the sand.
I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise!
Uh-huh. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Hold it!
Wait,
By pair, you don't mean to say... But how could that be? No, you must understand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Ray Membami. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I realized that before I said something silly.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the northern curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling.
Ugh. He doesn't appear to be lying here.
Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder?
You'd like a literary man's opinion?
Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
So there's two things wrong. He's saying it was a dagger, but weren't they just saying that they believed that the pen was the murder weapon? Just because Giselle was holding it?
Interesting.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. That terrible specter! The Terrapin Inspector! The bloody torrent! The author's torment!
Who is this man? Oh, okay, fair enough.
Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory.
Why is...
That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream?
Oh, no! No! What are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you! I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression were your words just now, I believe. So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? No! I mean, yes! I know what I saw! My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial.
Really now?
It sounds as though this next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward.
Objection!
Objection! Ooh!
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have always been very, very high indeed!
Ooh, hold on! Whoa, this music! This is new! This is a new song! Oh, I love it! Oh, that sounds so good. Ooh, I love it.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How?
not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed! And Soseki-san! Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did! Wildly! But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True! Then what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There is only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed! In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witness saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Well,
I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
Curious and curious. Curious and curious.
But if she was withdrawing the blade,
Then we are back to where we started.
sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be a good one.
Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes. Going for the jugular. What does Father mean by that?
Your mom sent me good and hard to my jorts! Thanks for the jorts.
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could... Dun dun dun. I guess save her? Dun dun dun. I'm gonna assume it's to save her. Yeah. I'm guessing it's to save her because you probably wouldn't leave a knife in there if you're gonna treat someone. You'd have to remove it and stop the bleeding, right? Or rather to patch it up. Save her.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while before sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Minbami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed. Ugh. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect of the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful for a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again for the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of a weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see.
This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Shut up! Even a quack from the obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true that what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge from medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out the knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have... Susato! Yes? Pull yourself together. we mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
It was Japes, Your Honor. It was a prank, Your Honor. Oops. Oh, I hurt my finger. Ow.
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I was just fucking with you, Your Honor.
I understand.
Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Honor, I'm just a little guy. Do you think I have beef? Think I have beef with someone like somebody else? I can't read. I can't read.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Ugh. Back to the witness testimony, please.
I'm just a little guy. Are you gonna prosecute a little guy on his birthday? Honor, I'm just a little guy. Do you think I'd have beef with somebody else? Can you imagine having beef with me? I'm a little guy. What, you're gonna have beef with a little guy? For shame.
He's acknowledged that any
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, the defendant, Rimbami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense.
Susato!
What do you think about that, Professor Mikotova? I'm not sure what you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear.
That recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Minami-san would certainly have been aware of it. True, the defense is a little guy. That's all I needed to hear. Not guilty.
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women.
She is a woman!
Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. That's Hosonaga offering his respect women juice.
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much.
Respect women, Ryutaro.
Well,
Have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
She did have a motive.
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Minbami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant!
And you do, counsel? Do not appear to know the law.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
Hosodaka's tasteful gray hairs. He's really young, too. Like, he looks really old, but he's actually 30. He has gray hair due to stress. She's just a 16-year-old girl. That's just what being 30 does.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Yes, Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Minbami-san.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Minbami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with oppositions, of course, but he believed firmly in Minbami-san's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in his testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that was drawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, at times like these, when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course. But I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too.
Ah!
I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminding of rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record. Oh, can I do it now? I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in her hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A.
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's come back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes! I'll do it straight away! Now I can look around. Okay, shut up. I need to look at the pen. Oh, look at the art! Oh my god! Now I see what Ray was talking about. Susato is handsome. My gosh. Woo! She's really rocking the look. Hot dang. There's some sort of emblem here. Look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
Top 10 card game moments. I am looking with the utmost respect. Number 10. RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too.
To identify the killer, you mean?
I don't think there may have been any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
if we take off the pen's lid... Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Ah, we're just taking this pen apart. There's no ink! This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh, yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. I wonder if what's on the evidence... Okay, no. It's all, like, listed, I guess. Okay, I think that's all we can examine. Maybe I have to press everything again? Because I don't see anything where the pen would be.
Hold it!
We read this already. Sometimes you have to press the evidence over, like, again, to get new info. We're gonna have to embarrass Hisato-san for a little bit again.
Hold it!
Blah 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 blah.
Hold it!
Maybe something new here?
Attention! Hold it!
Maybe it's here? This isn't despite her being a woman. Let me read what it said. Found pen wearing an emblem of some description. There is very small amount of liquid still inside the ink reservoir. Okay. I know what to do. Maybe I have to examine more evidence. I do have a lot of evidence. Ah! Okay, yeah. It's letting me examine. This is a newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research... Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that! The poison's been stolen?!
It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I've not heard of any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, There was no article mentioning the story on our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
What do you have to say about this? Raka's England returnees tell all. This is an interview with you and Saseki-san, isn't it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me in the neck.
Oh no! I do hope you weren't hurt. Okay. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. I guess that's everything we can examine. So, this pen has no ink and a weird symbol on it, and there's an article that there was poison stolen. Oh, following a lecture at Yume by Saseki Natsume on 11th August, it comes to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military.
Yeesh. Bioweapons.
Well, we know what happened to Giselle now. She was poisoned, not stabbed. I think I presented here, but let's save just in case.
Objection!
Yeah! No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. Just like she poisoned Watson. Exactly. Karma. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume University. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But...
Prosecutor Auchi, you will let the defense speak. Mortis.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Actually, I will be right back then, because I need to go get the drink. I don't have a drink with me. Hold on. Alright, BRB. I'll be right back. Drink is peepus. Have some can opening ASMR. Hold on. Alright, ready? Oh yeah. Drink is that peepus. Thank you for the drink, and now we'll take a sippy. But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of heresy. It's hearsay. Hearsay those wretched publications carry. I do prefer cock. I am drinking cock right now. I just like saying peepus. It's a funny word.
Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency!
Yes, of course. Thank you. I would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in an article where it says, it was... deadly in tiny quantities. I think it's deadly and tiny. Maybe? The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body!
Ooh! Oh, I love this music!
What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense!
Not at all! The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage! The word poison appears nowhere in the document!
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh please, this is clearly desperation! The weasel's last breaking of wind! Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade? She must have had a strong reason for suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly! Well put, Inspector! On what grounds did she do it, Yoko?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What?
You can't possibly!
Weasel's last breaking of wind is to talk about weasel farts? Let him talk about weasel farts. He already says a bunch of stupid shit anyway. Might as well let him talk about that instead. From the expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words.
They're not. I already know.
But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. That if the court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
The post-mortem report.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea. So please, do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death?
Well,
under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there is the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence.
You yokel student and yokel professor!
People die when they are killed. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Yujin Mikotova. Yes, Your Excellency? I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. Sorry. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports in this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the thefts of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded! Hold it! Eh? Who shouted? Ray! None of this is Professor Mikotova's fault. It's all my fault. Ray.
Membami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. You miss Van Zeeks? I don't. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief?
You don't mean... Yes, of course.
It was that dainty Englishwoman.
Miss Giselle Brett?
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool on the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. I knew it was you who stole the poison!
Well now, whatever do you mean?
And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me, and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk into tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I had been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you. Your Excellency!
It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived! The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim, motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Aochi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. Oh, we can see your face! What the? Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that... It's there too. This weird line thing. It's in here too. What the fuck is this line? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air of that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
no, that's not true! No!
I don't believe it.
Ah! Where'd you get that picture, though? Why didn't you submit that picture to the evidence before?
Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that chill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. Jesus Christ, dude! The ye old updated autopsy. Fuck.
I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
Is no one gonna talk about the weird line, though? I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. Did Gumfuck not tell you? Salary cutting noises. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. No, I think that's a very valid question. Why did you have that photograph? Who took the picture? And why didn't you submit it to court earlier? Oh.
Objection!
No, that's a very valid question. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Exactly. Ah!
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and babbling professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. It could be fabricated, yeah. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. You're the one wasting this court's time presenting shady evidence!
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court.
It's all, but you could say that it's the most compelling evidence for our case too. What the fuck? This court is a sham!
If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is over.
No!
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt.
I have an idea what it is, though.
This photograph shows the moment that Wei withdrew the blade from the victim.
Or at the very least, I have an idea on how we can get the witness to. Like, the witness who took this picture. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow... You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Ouchi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. There is.
Well, counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer. It's so cute that she does that. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly! But, as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could... However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. What piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mysterious photographer?
The newspaper article.
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England attorneys tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens.
Huh, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like.
Wow, you're dumb. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at the photograph, it's right there.
Good gracious!
Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. What kind of trees that you've seen that make shadows like that, you fucking moron?
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, counsel. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Maybe the glass of the camera lens is like broken, like it's cracked. That could be it. Yeah, I think that's it. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. No, it's not. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? Ah! That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? 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 Many memo? Eh? Oh, hello, Soseki.
I see why you were called a raucous England attorney.
What are you yelling about? You already testified.
It's many memo, I tell you! Many memo! Memo!
Soseki-san? What was that? Did you say many memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk!
Writing many memo. Writing many memos. The puns! The puns! There's so many of them! The puns! The name puns! Ace Attorney, I love you! Writing many memos. Funny. Funny! Ah, now that he mentions it. Oh, it's that guy! He's the guy! He's our guy! Could that be ink on his hand?
guy! He's our guy! He's the guy! I'm calling it right now. He's the killer. He's the killer. Broken, like, conveniently at the scene of the crime to take a picture with his broken camera. He has ink on his hand. And the pen that Brett was holding has no ink. Which could mean that maybe the ink was emptied on his hand. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. We got our guy. I'm willing to bet it's him.
A camera to the left of him. A notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Right in Memi Memo.
And the initials! Yeah, it all fits! RM! It's him!
So you're saying that this picture was taken by
Many Memo! Yes! My lord, your excellency, Esquire!
Officer! Find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, your excellency. As you wish, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Meh. Many Memo! To be continued. I bet he killed her because he knew a white woman being murdered would be news for days! I would not be surprised. That seems like a very Ace Attorney thing. I want this knife. I need to kill someone later. I would not be surprised if that was actually the case. I can see that being a thing. Ray! I'm so sorry, Sasato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No! That's not it at all! I was scared of my failure coming into light. That's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Yeah. Yeah. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Chisato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Sasato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Sasato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor!
Whoa!
Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Please, throw me against the floor, Sasato! Girl, we're in a court of law. Gay and freaky. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. Okay, darkness. I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pull the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Sasato! I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in one another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. Father, did you just fart?
Not in front of my girlfriend, please.
It smells really bad, Susato. Should we go back into the courtroom?
Wait, I didn't mean to... I'm sorry. And they just leave and go into the courtroom.
It smells so bad.
I know. He had some bad salmon earlier.
You have to hold it in for the whole trial, give him a break. And they hold hands. They hold hands as they walk into the back into the courtroom as their father farts. Yeah. Not salmon farts. Which is why I can see more clearly now.
So, Ray,
Yes?
can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Oh, Susato? You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Gay. Oh, Ray. These girls are so cute together! I want them to date! I want them to be cute girlfriends. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison! Well now, whatever do you mean? Really, these bitches gay! Good for them! Good for them! And then a moment later... God, I would use that... I would ask for that redeem so many times for so many games. Every character is gay, and you cannot convince me otherwise. She suddenly got onto her feet, before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes.
And you were the only people in the hut at the time?
That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. No, Oz. He's gay too, but he's also homophobic. All male-female relationships are bi for bi. True. Exactly. Yes, you're correct. Look at me seems like the kind of guy who would be gay but also homophobic. Am I wrong though? What's got you doing those eyes, Archie? It's got you all. So, I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
He'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw was true. Spoken like a true Mikotova. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes! I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing it.
Oh, I see. Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. What's the matter, Sasato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the English woman's doing!
What?
It was when the professor and Saseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotova, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on the substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Seki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Saseki-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Memo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you on when you went to the beach? Oh, no. I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Saseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party up to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Huh!
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to seal ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes!
Yes!
Reyes put her faith in me now and told me everything, so I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Let's go! Now we'll finally meet Mr. Raiten Memo. Where is he? Where's the guy?
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Aochi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address the question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotova's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I bet it's gonna be that there wasn't poison in the knife after all.
I had the regent deliver the police headquarters by rickshaw, so we'll be there in good time.
But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And counsel, what were the results?
No poison? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim,
Yep.
has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
So it wasn't by knife. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. So it wasn't by knife, but poison was used. That is an undeniable fact because of the eye thing and all the other details. It just wasn't. it just wasn't administered through the knife then. It was somewhere else. Is this another thing where it's like it... Did it mention that it could be like... Where are the poison details? Via mouth or wound from poison lace blade. So it could be the mouth. She could have drank in the poison. Because I remember... Yeah, there's like wine glass here. So maybe she drank it. I don't know. I'm still... Maybe she was poisoned and then stabbed?
Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife? But if that's really the case... How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? There he is.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
He's kind of cute. I like his design. I really like his design.
Writing many memo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo.
What's a journo, father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there with the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning.
Did he really have to do that with his suspenders?
They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news!
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people! Many Memo senses a scoop in the offing.
This guy is definitely gay.
Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court.
Oh my god, you know who this guy reminds me of? He reminds me of Spark Brushel from Apollo Justice, the really weird reporter guy. The toothpaste themed reporter guy. He reminds me of him, only handsome.
End quote. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-link format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Has never played that AA game. It's really good. I really, really recommend it. It's one of my favorites. Am I saying the other guy was ugly? Yes. He was ugly. He is ugly. Do I need to show him? I'll show him. I'll fucking show him. Hold on. Look, I'll get him. He's ugly. He is ugly! Oz, you cannot deny them. Like, I like him as a character, but you cannot deny he's pretty fucking ugly. He's kind of ugly. Let's see, what's a good picture? Here we go. Spark Brushel. He's a character from Apollo Justice. I was saying that this guy kind of reminds me of him because the Spark Brushel also does like he's a reporter and he also spouts like hypothetical newspaper titles. in his dialogue. Though he also says end quote at the very end. So I told you he's ugly. I'm getting him right now, so Anti can see him. Where is he? Where'd I put him? There he is. This is him. Look at that face. Look at that face. See what I mean? You see what I mean? He like writes every he's supposed to be like a toothbrush. His whole thing is like he smells like mint, and he like is weirdly obsessed with like his like brushing his teeth. He has like a toothbrush on his shirt pocket, and he scrapes his tongue and then uses that to clean his glasses. It's really gross. It's a SpongeBob Kachinka. Also, what if his blinking animation and all his sprites, like it's really creepy because his blinking animation and his sprites, the eyelids they're like the bottom, they go up. It's like the bottom eyelids go up instead of the top eyelids going down when he blinks. It's really weird. Okay, he needs to go away now. Hey, get him out of here. Yeah, go away. Shoo. Well, there you go. Them big ol' eyes. Well, there you go. That's Mr. Sparkbrushel. Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, the readers won't buy that.
What? Yes, I forgot to read the judge's lines.
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've gotta be fast.
Hold on. Lemao! As if we needed more evidence. Same logo. It really was him.
Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many memoism.
Many memoism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right. That was me, Many Memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that English one's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal, left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core!
Well, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He is not wrong. He's not wrong.
The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're printed on. The police are just imperial pawns. Yeah!
Stay your tongue, young man! There are complex political issues at play!
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes.
I should like to go with everyone to see our country's coast. Somebody you hate makes a great point.
A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this! That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I can hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes! I saw with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Very well. Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
Let's see what he has to say.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there was plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor, and she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames! Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Why does he keep doing that with his suspenders? Reed screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped.
Oh yeah.
The hut walls here were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's Memo-ism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No!
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. But this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
Was he not allowed to? It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha! More pathetic excuses.
Oh, shut up.
Very well then, counsel, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. His poor nipples. Like, those suspenders are directly hitting his nipples. They must hurt. But I doubt he cares. Ugh, my knees. Ugh. Oof. Okay.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people! He's painting the journo as a voyeur!
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry.
To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoop knows no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even memoism, it's basic journalism.
Very progressive, I suppose. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
Maybe he's into it?
Hold it!
Hold it! So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut?
Yep, and she was raging. Raging like my journo spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it! You didn't! I didn't steal it! That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her any more, there would have been eggs!
What? What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? Journalism said LGBT rights as long as we can invade your privacy!
Man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism! But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah!
He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film.
Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Huh! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out! From start to finish!
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right, you are. It's all here in my memo pad.
Oh.
When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool on the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I've been noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And then Flash plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you described is a grim scene indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. Ow. That's what many memoism is. Or says.
By the way, Many Memo-san, Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
I'm gonna punch him. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense's request. Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of Memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words are meaningless.
Snap. I never once stepped foot into the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. He should have jiggle physics on his tits if he keeps slapping those suspenders, just like that clown! I still haven't played that game with the clown. I know her whole thing, her animation and how her titties are fake. But I still haven't played that game. It's still so funny. Suspenders are really just an interesting piece of clothing, aren't they? Like I imagine the really tight ones would be really uncomfortable if you had big boobs.
Yeah.
Thank you for agreeing with me.
Hold it.
We need to stream it then. Yee! If I manage to get it, I would definitely try to stream it. I'm hoping for either maybe a collection, like an official collection, or if not, I could legally purchase it for my completely legal 3DS. Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were wretched. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap a shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, Memoism comes out on top.
Hee! That's true. That's true, that's true. That is something I really would like to do. Once a certain someone gets revealed to the world over, it might be sooner than people think.
As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up. I think I know what I have to present.
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he's said. As you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant.
Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. Can I examine this? I can. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling it the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
Let's examine the knife.
Yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father. I think I know what to present, but I'm gonna save just in case.
Objection!
Yeah! Many Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more many-memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you...
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Rei Membami.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM?
No!
Raiten Memi Memo. RM.
That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many-memoism is being a pencil user.
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, aha! There is a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung!
Many Meno-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse!
Exactly! Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky.
Oh, look at her pose! She's doing Rinosuke's pose!
And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency.
Right here. Right here.
Got it!
Got it!
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Many Memo-san.
Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Shoyu News!
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they?
Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond?
No!
Dumpy.
Order! Explain yourself, witness! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets?
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu news reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview?
You never mentioned this before! Oops, wrong button. When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 to 3 minutes. That's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. As we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
So this is something I've been wondering about. Why do some people do that thing where they like tap their pencil on their tongue? What does that do? What does that accomplish?
However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, alright, but on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witnesses. Soseki Natsume!
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big.
What? What does Soseki have to do with this?
Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san hiding something?
I wouldn't be surprised, but what is he hiding? Yep, he's all nervous.
Ozzy, don't link into Car's secret stream, no!
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed, and the other witness came running in. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now.
Soseki asked a question?
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness?
Well,
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true, yes. He did! And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous! Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court demands and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut? Dun 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 dun. I like how Soseki looks like he was animated like his mocap actor never turned off the recording post-scene. Yeah. You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. H. Wilson lost his life? I can't read.
That's not the way I phrased it. Many memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase.
Mystery is a woman's charm.
Phew! That told me. So I waltzed right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall. I say, it's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
Then watching secrets, saw the woman being stabbed, and the other woman witnesses came running in.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Many memoists will tell you that. Let them think you've left. Then, just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you've found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
So searching on info on why people licked pencils is because the materials used on pencils before almost didn't leave a mark on papers before, so they found it necessary to moisten the tip with saliva. Oh, I had no idea. That's interesting. Thank you for looking that up. Many memo is stinky, you heard it here. As the material in pencils before would have behaved equally as ink. Oh. Really? Interesting. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it.
That's really interesting. I didn't know that. So the pulse. The dun 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 dun.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did you say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you? Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Aw.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan, a moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer! How did the woman respond? She didn't! She said nothing in response! But... When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without invasion of or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was.
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice before during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever!
Ah, thank you. Ugh. Ugh. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache! Because I'm Japanese!
Well, I wouldn't not believe that. Oh dear. So Seki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. He knows stretch like a car stretch, thank you.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Iron Man? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose.
She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed into the direction of the defendant. Really? That's it?
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? So Seki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered that beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
I don't think that's the case.
No! So Seki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere to the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
There it is. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. She wasn't pointing at... I was thinking she wasn't pointing at Ray. She was pointing at the direction where Ray conveniently was. Because if we believe what Ray is saying, my theory is that she was stabbed while she was sitting here. Because many memos stated that the reeds were like... You could like easily poke things through. Like a camera lens or a knife. Shank. You know? You know what I mean? So yeah. I think she was killed while sitting here. And that's why she collapsed when Ray came in. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it! Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this is an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no other than the accused in that direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one else besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any
credible arguments to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! No, 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 no! No! No, 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 no! No, no, no! You can't do that!
The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dash. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father! We don't even know how the crime was committed yet!
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find a clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trials resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting on the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying, and then a moment later, she suddenly got up to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add?
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know how!
Objection!
I didn't mean to do that, but that was what we had to do anyway. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? None exists!
Objection!
Fuck you! There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction! Fantasy!
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory.
Unrelated, but you visited your island in Animal Crossing again, and man, you miss your babies. Yeah. I've been playing Animal Crossing again myself. It's good to play the game again after not playing it for a really long time.
So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment that the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Here? Here?
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? Are you suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What?
Yeah, baby! Yeah, baby! Yeah, baby!
Order, order, order! But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire! That makes no sense at all! You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals lording about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchi, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that it is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing! You yokel! The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. Actually, let me check something really good. Yes! There is a hole here! Actually. I didn't see it before, but yeah, there is a hole here. I was wondering, like, was there? I was like, the reporter guy kept mentioning that he poked his camera through like a hole or something, and you just proposed that there was like the person would stab them from outside, and I was wondering, would there have been like a hole or like an opening somewhere? And sure enough, there it is. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? The crime scene photo.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes. It's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing! I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again I must call upon you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut? Right here.
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No! I can't! It's true that the hut in question has had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary! Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Hand of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done it. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in Many Memo-san! It could only have been you! Yeah! No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me about almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again! The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word! So in fact the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Ah! Ow, my fingies. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Minimomo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge? This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Aochi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't!
Is this really it? I see no reason to continue for the continuance of this trial. I feel like this isn't it. I feel like there's more. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering the... Yeah, there we go. Is it Minimomo-san? There it is. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals? But we've established that the victim was stabbed from the outside of the hut through the reed-screened walls. And no one but you was in the place at the time to have this in hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else!
Eh? Eh?
What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
Oh, is he gonna mention the poison? What?
Enough obscurity! Explain yourself, witness! What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
There it is, the poison. How do you know about the poison again? The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed.
Ah! He was part of the interview team. I mean, I know he knew about the poison, but how would he know about the poison in this particular case? I mean, like, how would he even know that there was poison in the area at all? Cause sure, he could hear that Ray screaming, "You stole the poison!" but there was no guarantee that Giselle had the poison with her. So it's like, weird. Ah!
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely! It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back, and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. You were so confident that it was because it was stabbing, though. Now you're changing your argument for it to benefit you? Fuck you, dude.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade. No, Susato.
Objection!
No, Susato. We already know that there was no poison on the blade.
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts are skillfully established by the defense in this trial. Turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
Man, oh 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 man.
But where does this leave us? How, in that case, how did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see.
The wine glasses?
A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked into the sandy floor of the beach hut.
How ironic.
The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brent drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This'll make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it...
Snap!
Was you!
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. Time for prep. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claimed it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now because that's many memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought it illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? This man would have run out of film ages ago, true. He must have a magic camera stealing all the souls in the courtroom.
Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
Many memo is fatal frame. He's leaving the trial in suspense. So, you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you were the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen.
You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in her.
Huh. He didn't have bad motives. And in all honesty, she did deserve it. This is a weird situation.
As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told. I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got it to her before me. That's right. You guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You stay away from her! You stay away from her! Stay away from her! Stay away from her! Stay away from it, Ray! You stay away from Ray! Don't you touch her! Don't touch her! Fo! Asqueroso! Asqueroso! Ni la toca! Vete aquí! Shoo! Go away! Shoo! You're implicating Ray again. Stay away from her! Get a job! She's... Vete, pendejo! Hijo puta, vete de aquí. Lárgate. Shoo! Desgraciado! Feo desgraciado! She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. Snap. And suddenly snap! This journal here is off the hook, just like my nipples. The argument is sound, certainly. Penis. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last! This is unbelievable. And after I've made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now?
No, he ain't. Slap!
Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They'd never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency! Oh, is this gonna be the final one? Are we gonna figure out what happened? Are we ever gonna learn who the fuck Giselle Brett is? Like, she's dead and we still don't know anything about her.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these.
The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. The crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of 2 minutes. Quite a day for the victim.
Do you really even want to know more about her? Honestly, yes! I want to know what the fuck her deal is and why she can just get away with these things. Like, I know she's British, so she gets special treatment, but I feel like even British people wouldn't get, like, that kind of special treatment. I feel like she's supposed to be someone, like, very important, and that's why she feels like she can get away with everything. And I want to know. But I also don't want story spoilers. White tea? White tea? Oh, white. I want to believe that it's not just because she's white. I feel like there's gotta be more to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim, then, witness. What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England to Professor Mikotova, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however. There was little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
Hold it? Eh? Is it Ray? Yeah! I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray! Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up! Susato, please, you have to make them listen!
Return to the dock at once, Memami-san. We are in the middle of cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, great peeping Tom!
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. Gee, I wonder, Oz.
It was the blue patch.
Shut up!
I will grant the request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency! Yay! It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotova until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory, but as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Oseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that?
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty solid overall. I'm really enjoying it. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
Gonna go, you watch the rest of the VOD. Okay! Good night, Oz! Sleep tight. Like, I don't have too much experience with these games, but this one is really good. Yeah! I think this one feels a lot shorter than the first one, because from, like, the previous Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Because that's one I remember took us, like, 6 hours? If we're really close to the ending of this one's way shorter, and I'm kind of happy about that. Because I love the first case of the previous game, but it was very long. It was long for a first case. I'm happy that this one's just like, is like much shorter.
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Many Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry. Don't know what you're talking about.
Yes. Look at this! The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word! Well, Many Memo-san?
As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Many Memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I wanted to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung! What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to been a good reason for that. Efficacy? Yay! I'm glad I got it right.
He's about to go sicko mode. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and hold on, my mouth is dry. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
A reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Ah! Yes, that's it! That's when Memi Memo-san first found out about the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here.
If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
If you could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Let me see, how was it updated? An article about poison that was stolen. The article is on information he gleaned by eavesdropping. I feel like this pen is going to come into play.
could sneak the— oh my god, he stole the poison! He stole the poison with the pen! He stole the poison from the pen! He stole the poison with the pen! No, I didn't mean to, fuck. I think it's the poison article.
Objection!
Yes! Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did! There could be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
And that there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Many-Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membani-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Many-Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constrictions of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not amongst new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it from some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you! Right in Many-Memo! Go! Yeah, baby! It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped that to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order! 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 The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied with it that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... I mean, yes! I counter completely!
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Damn! Lost hope?! Damn! Hold it? Is that Mr. Reporter Man? Whoa!
Ugh, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen?
I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about?
He threw the hat!
It should be blatantly obvious! I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself! Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what my Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin. Oh yeah. But I know how. I thought of it. I know how. I know how you could steal it and no one would suspect it.
How's that then? Blowing the story wide open? See, I write in many memo. A mere reporter from the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
I love how everyone has been like, Susato's so handsome. They're so handsome. I love that ongoing gag that Susato's just like really handsome.
My point is this. There is one way that you,
Many Memo-san,
could have stolen the poison that day.
Everyone's gay for Susato, but I want Many Memo-san to back off because I'm pretty sure Susato is also 16.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must not be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
The pen!
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
Susato is a living version of that meme. Am I a boy? Am I a girl? I don't know, but everyone thinks I'm cute, and that makes everyone gay! God, Susato is going to live her best life when she gets older. She's going to live her best life with her loving girlfriend. Now I really like the idea of like of GNC Susato or just non-binary Susato. That makes me happy. I would like that as a headcanon. But I know it's difficult in this scenario, but that's my own little personal headcanon. My back is itchy. Ugh.
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a what the fuck? That word of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye! That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to inject it through the nib again, of course. Actually, can I use it? No, it's not letting me use it yet. Okay. My word. Can this really be? Well, Mini Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Gah!
Yeah. More absurdity! That never happened!
True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Mini Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that if your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied your poison from it into your glass. I can't read. There could have been any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And then, shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison was filled. No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? Oh, I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! Whoa! He just threw pencils. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again! It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on that day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Wouldn't be so sure about that. Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. I know what it is. We have something that can very easily identify it. It's this.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective. Simply, with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
Regent? What?
1 drop of the contents in this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memo-san. Hold on, let me say really quick. Is all it would take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't! I won't!
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the tests on the fountain pen at once. Freak out time? Yeah!
This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to this! Trying to hold its head high as a civilization, but bowing to the head of the foreign powers, they took ours in the all in the name of justice and righteousness and many Whoa! Susato, with me! I'm there. Whoa, girlfriends! Woo!
Wow! Nice! Did I do it right? That was the Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
Gay!
Aw, he's so sad.
When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down in the sink of the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right.
Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all, too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
Because I hate her. I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation. That's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face!
I hate her. Oh, what's this? A fearsome caveman perpetrating to practice journalism. Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
God, I'm so happy she's dead. What did you call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Jesus Christ! No one will miss her.
That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up.
Aw, man, he's a murderer, but I can't really see him as a bad guy either. I really can't see him as a bad guy. She really did deserve it, though. No one's going to miss her. He shouldn't have tried to pin the blame on Ray. Free my man, he did one thing wrong. He shouldn't have pinned the blame on Ray. That's the only thing he did wrong. I'd like to ask you something. We found out that the journalist man was the one that killed Giselle Brett. He stole poison by sucking it into his fountain pen and hiding it there. And he went originally just to interview her, and then she was being a racist bitch, so he snuck poison into her drink, and then she was like on her way to death. But he didn't know how the poison worked, and when he heard how it worked, he was worried that they were gonna trace it to him, so he stabbed her in the back so people would think that she died from a stabbing instead. He was not in the wrong. He shouldn't have tried to pin the blame on Ray, but I don't think he was in the wrong, in my opinion. I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have just used other means to deliver the justice you sought. Yeah, she definitely deserves it.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it! And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman? The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore up the article!
He came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Minimeno-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose.
At least he admits it. I feel like had he not tried to pin the blame on, like, I wouldn't say if he pinned it on anyone else. He shouldn't have pinned the blame on anyone. Maybe if he had tried to leave it as a cold case, then he'd be fine. Because I don't think his intentions are bad. I really don't. He shouldn't have pinned the blame on a 16-year-old girl. But yeah, poor guy. I feel him though. I really do.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Ryutaru Naruhodo. That's you. Oh! Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh! Naruhodo... Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. In a manly way. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? Is that what I think it is? Prosecutor Aochi? I, Taketsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has been withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the truth path of Aochiism! Aochiism? One hope that that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Come on, dude. You don't have to go that far. Is no one gonna stop him? Sprig of my topknot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. Come on, man. It's not that big of a deal. Come on, man. You don't have to do it. It's okay. Oh. I should have known, but it still caught me by surprise. Oh my god. Now, in regards to the defendant, Raymond Bami-san. Yes, Your Excellency. Thank you, Archie. Okay. Oh, fuck. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty! Yay! Yay! Woo! Where are the sakura petals coming from, though? Oh my goodness. Court is adjourned. Whew!
Wowie, wowie, zowie. Yay!
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility. Such great burden to bear.
Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Ooh, Naruhodo. Susato! Susato! Oh, look at Ray! Thank you. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Stopping! She's still being gay. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry.
It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh, no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So, I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you.
Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals. We're girlfriends, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you off to a milk bar tomorrow. They're going out on a date! That's a date! They're going out on a date! She there is like... You are taking me out on a date! You are taking me out on a date! Oh boy. Or something.
Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. You will do it.
At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good.
Yes, it was satisfying. I wouldn't call him horrid.
It really was. Isn't there anybody else who could throw us together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness, no, of course not! Of course not!
There it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. Susato is also very gay. Susato, that was very gay of you. These bitches gay! Good for them! Good for them! You fought for your girlfriend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you! But I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotova now.
So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame.
What?! What is happening? Ah, Soseki-san, Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? They didn't know. Oh my god, these bitches gay. Good for them.
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons. I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotova.
I don't... So dashing, so divine! No! Doubly dashing, yes! And devilishly divine, just look at you! I had no idea, Mr. Sato-san Esquires, that you were the locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin! Astonishingly astounding ace attorney! I love how everyone's just like, you are so handsome! Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. He said the line! We got it, boys! We got the ace attorney! Woo! Roll credits, baby! Yeah! What an extraordinary conundrum. It was
it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. Yeah, we did this case! But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And he didn't die! Hi! Hi, Achi! And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. And I'm a chief inspector of the police bureau, who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope.
I hope not. I would love to play a Susato again.
Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course. I love this dude. He's so cute. I hope we see him more in this game.
Maybe the Ace Attorneys was the friends we made along the way. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as a head waiter of a restaurant. I wonder if we'll ever see him in his actual uniform. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? Oh.
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes. It was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. Also Iris's dad, I'm guessing. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. My arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. He was targeted. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. No! No, Iris! Ooh. Poor baby.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Yeah, why did you do that? Oh yeah, the reason why she came back is because she got a letter saying her dad was sick. He doesn't seem sick, he seems perfectly fine, I just realized.
It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker day by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Ah! Let me go! Whoa! He's back. Many memo-san? So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. What? What, huh? What, huh? What, huh? What, huh? What? Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her! The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago! Kazuma? What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Wow! Whoa! Whoa! What? Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. Your Honor? The judge takes matters into his own hands. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Yujin. And it's a good job. And it's a good job I came by? Huh. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Your Honor, you free Friday? Justice can't escape these hands. Jesus. Is he still back there? I don't know. Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend. Seishiro Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku. I feel like that's also a pun. Jigoku sounds familiar. I know it definitely means something, but I don't remember what it was, but I definitely heard it. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Did you know all along from the start of the trial? It's foreboding? Why is it foreboding? A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Shikoku means hell? Oh, that's where I heard it! You say it's hell? That makes me think of, like... I wonder if it's, like, referencing Enma. Because Enma's like a judge king of hell, who determines who goes to hell and who doesn't. Maybe he's an Enma reference? Question mark? I don't know. That's what I think of. Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father! Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Just two guys being dudes. Just two dudes being bros. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Hi, Soseki.
Judicial Assistant Mikotova-san Esquire. Could I have a word?
Oh, yes, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will! I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotova. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of my report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
What was the second case? The one for Mr. Jones forbade any of us to talk about in public. Which one was it? I don't remember. I'll have to go back to look at that up. It's been a while. I don't remember. Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care! I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says! Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
The haunted lodgings? That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over. But it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Is it the case where we first meet him?
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Look, there she is.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery.
Which case? I don't remember.
My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Ooh.
Yours, Susato.
Ooh. Ooh. Susato. Suki. Yay! Woo! What a good first case. Holy shit. Susato's success! Yeah! I'm making another file because I want to... the reason I made a separate file is because I want to see that, like, that whole, like, reveal stuff on my own time with Susato wearing the costumes. Great first case, and it's 1:30 a.m. Yeah, we're gonna stop here. Aw, man, that was fun. Let me turn on those DLC costumes back again. I will. I will absolutely take screenshots. It was so funny when we started and she was wearing this instead of her disguise. I had no idea that was gonna happen. Yeah, that was really good. It was especially good that it was one of those cases where I don't feel like the culprit was really a bad guy. The only other time I feel like that happened was in the second game, the second Ace Attorney game with the acrobat guy. The whole circus case. Yeah, that was fun. That was super duper fun. I need to look up what case they're talking about because I have no clue. But yeah, that was the Great Ace Attorney Chronicle, the Great Ace Attorney Resolve 2, whatever. Normally I would rate someone, but I'm tired. It's 1:30. Everyone's probably tired. I have to go to sleep because I have work in the morning. So we'll just call it here. Thank you everyone for stopping by and watching me play this game. It's really fun to be playing Ace Attorney again. And I will see you all next time. You all have a pleasant sleep. Yeah, thank you for coming. Stop farting! Hi, Poppy. Farewell fart. Yeah, I hope so too. I probably might not, cause I'm like in such a mood to continue playing Metroid Dread. I might end up staying up playing it for a bit. But I need to get up early. So I hope everyone has a lovely night. Goodbye! Goodbye everybody! Goodbye! 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 Woo! Wow!